Why don't you guys call us my lord also? My lady. You guys are failing here. So what? So what? A comment, and so he arrives here. While we are already busy with this, my lord, my lady business, the Honorable Scosa. So he arrives here and he sits, and he hears McIntyre say, "My lord," and he looks at me. Like, say something. Meetings must be interesting. Meetings must be very interesting when it's involved. Honorable members, shall we sit? Some of us appreciate the value of sleep. Honorable Kupek, shall we? Yes, please. Shall we resume? Thank you very much, honorable members, and Ms. Potgieter and Mr. Modiba, please accept our apologies. And I often tell people that before I came to Parliament, I was used to being asked if I'm available at a certain time. Here they don't ask you. They just say the meeting that was supposed to take place at 3 is now at 5. You're like, okay. So the plenary took longer than we anticipated. We would have started earlier. So I apologize that we kept you waiting. So we are going to continue. So Honorable Gupega, I don't want to. We're not here in the morning, but it's your choice.
No, Chair.
You'll see. Let's play it by ear. Let's play it by ear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Potgieter, before I hand over to Honorable Maduna, I do want us, and I suspect he may appreciate this, I do want us to just, you saw the difficult conversation we had with Peter. You'll see. Let's play it by ear. Let's play it by ear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Ms. Potgieter, before I hand over to Honorable Maduna, I do want us, and I suspect he may appreciate this, I do want us to just, you saw the difficult conversation we had with Peter. Because we got to, in respect of the work that they had been asked. So as I understand, and because they, let us say for now, they didn't carry out the mandate as PwC for PwC to do the decision was taken was on the 28th. And they were asked to withdraw it on the 13th. To take PwC at their respect, because something didn't add up, and Honorable Madlala did convene before the board meeting of the 28th.
All right, thank you, Chair. So, Chair, as I had attempted to explain, FMA to submit our financials for auditing purposes, and generally, at least for the annual review that we perform, we would request the performance of that particular process prior to the submission to the audit committee. So the review of the financial statements goes to internal audit. They would then obviously make a selection in terms of their panel of internal auditors, and they would perform the review, and that review would accompany the financials to the audit committee in May when it gets recommended, and certainly to the board for approval at the end of May, and that would be for approval to submission to the Auditor General for auditing purposes. The reason why we started the process, as I had mentioned earlier, I was not a CFO at the time, but there was discussions leading up to that particular process. And the reason why we would have issued the RFQ ahead of that particular approval.
Now we're going to come to the RFQ. The only thing I want to establish right now, was there a meeting, another board meeting, other than the meeting of the 28th of April, where a decision was taken with regards to the accounting policy, such that you were able to tell both Mora and PwC that they are implementing a decision already taken? That's all I want to know.
There was no other meeting, Chair, but certainly in our invitation for the services, there was never an indication given that the decision had already been taken, at least. There was never an indication given that the decision had already been taken, at least.
Mora were actually never asked to, were never told, and neither was PwC, that they were there to act upon a decision already taken. Is that your assertion now?
When
them when you issued the RFQ? And Honorable Madlala's difficulty was that somebody is acting about the special board meetings. So anybody at the Road Accident Fund could rely upon to tell anyone that there's been a decision, because the reality is that there had been no decision.
But in our invitation to quote, we certainly never said that the decision had been taken, Chair.
What did you ask the people to do?
Let me quote the scope of work, Chair.
In the RFQ. Because you were here when PwC were here, right? Is your misled the committee? I'm not saying they're telling them, I'm not taking their side. I'm asking, is it your assertion, because you were here, is it your assertion that under oath they said that this was not true? We can also send you the transcripts of our discussion with Mora last Friday. They actually told us the same thing, that the very basis of them being told that they won't even get paid for the work is that they were asked to do something else, which is to basically advise on a decision already taken. And Mora is even earlier than PwC. So PwC and Mora, at least on that basis, are consistent in that there had been a prior
when PwC was here, and so I wouldn't be
decision.
of the decision.
No, the contracting said we were asked the entire engagement, the timeline that PwC provide me, basically Mora. So Mora have been told already before they already taken. So even before PwC. Were you part of that briefing?
Yes, Chair.
On the 22nd.
Okay. It says a technical review of implementation on figures presented in the AFS, the effect of the implementation on disclosures in the annual financial statements, and the effect of the implementation on the overall presentation and disclosures of the annual financial statements in accordance with GRAP 3, to provide support to management in attending any technical queries, challenges, and stakeholder engagements post-implementation.
Okay, so basically this RFP supposed that the board would agree with the decision taken by management, basically. That's what it appears to me. That the matter must still go to the board. We're going to issue the RFP, the RFQ so long. That's what it appears to me. That the matter must still go to the board. We're going to issue the RFP, the RFQ so long. Yes, to me. That the matter must still go to the board. We're going to issue the RFP, the RFQ so long. Yes, to me. That the matter must still go to the board. We're going to issue the RFP, the RFQ so long. Then the advice will be ready, because, right? Isn't that what happened?
That is management to approve the change in accounting policy. It was always going to go. We did not expect them to rubber stamp it.
So we now know. So what we need to untangle is who is not telling us the truth between Mora and PwC and yourself. And may I also inform you, and we will inform them, the only instance where there will be a prosecution out of this process is if anybody lies to this committee. That's the only time we will follow through on it. Somebody is not telling us the truth.
Chair, I did not hear them say earlier that the we had at any point during the RFQ process communicate to them that the decision had already been taken. In fact, the evidence that we provided, and they even quote it in their report, was that the board resolved. It was not prior to that.
And Mora were never told that they supposed to only advise on the implementation of a decision already taken, because you were here. I kept going back and forth with Mr. Van Heestien on his use of post. You remember that? I kept going back and forth because it didn't make sense. It bothered Honorable Madlala. It bothered Honorable Atkinson. It bothered me. That's why I'm going back and forth on this. Right? But what is clear is that an RFQ was issued without the board having considered the matter twice. First, the RFQ that resulted in the Mora engagement, and the RFQ that resulted in the PwC engagement with no board decision at all. Was the board made aware that you guys have gone on RFQ?
Yes, Chair, I have evidence in terms of the meeting or the minutes of the audit committee on the 23rd of April, where it was indicated that we are going out for an opinion or for a review, and it is also contained in the minutes of the board on the 28th.
Were you involved in and I may have asked you this because the Mora advice was never included in the Rule 53 record?
An opinion or for a review, and it is also contained in the minutes of the board on the 28th.
Were you involved in and I may have asked you this because the Mora advice was never included in the Rule 53 record? Decisions. What the document, you can read that judgment. Mora doesn't appear anywhere. And I must tell you that is very convenient given what the Mora opinion says. Because the Mora opinion is perfectly in line with the Auditor General, with the ASB, and with the court. Perfectly in line. It would have been very inconvenient, shall be expunged from existence entirely. Auditor General, with the ASB, and with the court. Perfectly in line. It would have been very inconvenient for it to come to the attention of the court. Shall be expunged from existence entirely. Shall be expunged from existence entirely.
Act does say that IFRS 4 is not applicable to RAF claims.
It is VS 7. There's a section there that says overall conclusion, number 4.
Recognition of social benefits in South African public environment. IFRS 4 as the accounting policy since 2014, 15 years. Chair, but in the detail, it does it would seem that the application of IFRS 4 does not.
This is how these things work. Whether it is a that I think it is generally accepted that the A This is what we advise you to do. This is what we advise you to do. This is what we advise you to do. And conceal it from the court. And conceal it from the court. Anymore. You ask them to withdraw it. For a letter which they then send on the we can canvass this. It bears mentioning that now, Honorable Matt. Yeah, what? You know, you sound like you could.
No. The CIO. Ms. Potgieter. You from the
I don't think it's unusual. I mean, I did qualify in terms of my qualifications and my experience in terms of the requirements of the position.
So normally your organization only look at the issue of qualifications. They don't look at the position that you are, that a person is currently holding, because we are talking about an acting position. It's unlike when we're talking about a position that is advertised, whereby everybody who qualify can apply. Because normally, I think in most public institutions, if the three of you saying you are reporting to me, and these two honorable members are reporting to you, the normal practice is that if I vacate my position, one of the three of you will act instead of the other two or honorable members, because they are reporting to you. They are not reporting direct to me. I think the normal practice is most of the public institution, but maybe in RAF is different.
It's up to the senior of that particular role, so the role that role reports into. But there are other senior managers that have acted in executive positions. It's not unusual now.
Okay. No, thank you very much on that. Now, I heard you earlier that you said you were not prepared for matters that relates to procurement, especially in relation to exact figures of a certain project. It's something that you did not prepare for. But I'm just going to ask you a question which is general, but referring to a specific procurement process. But then I think you can respond generally as a person who had a responsibility of chairing the bid adjudication committee, because I think earlier you indicated what are the roles of the bid specification committee, what are the roles of the bid evaluation committee, and what are the roles of the bid adjudication committee. And I think me and you have got the same understanding in relation of the role of the adjudication, because the adjudication, though, does not take a final decision, but it adjudicates. It looks at all the reports, look at the compliance matters and stuff like that. And if there's something that is fishy or that is untoward, I think it becomes the responsibility of the bid adjudication to raise that matter with the bid evaluation before taking the process further. So with regards to the issue of media mix 360, I think from the information that we have from RAF and other witnesses that were here, it was that in relation to this particular contract, 500 million was set aside for 5 years for this particular project. Meaningly, it's 100 million per year. However, you invited service providers to submit quotations in whatever system that you used. Now, in other words, you've got a budget of 100 million per year for that particular project, and you've got a budget of 500 million for 5 years. Now, different service providers, they submit quotations. Now, you've got this company, Media Mix 360, that quoted 5,080,000 for this project on annual basis. In other words, for the work that you thought at the time, you have said that you thought you can use a maximum of 100 million per year and 500 million for 5 years. You've got this company that says, I can do that job only for 5 million, only for just above 5 million, 5,030,000 per year, which when you combine it for 5 years, it's just above 25 million rands. Didn't you see that this is too good to be true? That for a project that you estimated that it can take, it can cost something like 100 million. Hence, you have set aside 100 million per year for this particular project. But somebody comes and says, I can do this job only for 5 million rand per annum. And there are people, others who said we can do this job for 60 million. Others, they said you can do this for 70 million, for 80 million. I know that you want to save cost as much as possible, get value for money and all that. But if somebody said for something that is estimated to can cost 100 million, somebody says I can do that thing for only 5 million. Didn't you see that this is too good to be true?
I don't have the detail with me, but I specifically remember at the BAC we discussed the specification of media mix. The issue with the contract, or with at least the tender process, was that we would not have been able to make a determination of our media buying requirements for the next 5 years. So at the point at which we would have appointed this particular service provider, it would certainly only have been an estimation. And what we then do normally in these instances is we would ask the bidders to provide to us pricing on a scenario basis. And I think the pricing schedule at the top would have made reference to this being a scenario that is provided for the purposes of pricing evaluation. So it is not firm pricing and the full price of the tender. It is a scenario in which we can use to evaluate and to compare apples with apples amongst the bidders that are providing pricing to us. And then obviously we would then contract on the term based on the estimated value that we expect to spend. But the 5 million was certainly not the limitation in terms of the pricing for this particular bidder. It was just a scenario that we had given the bidder in order to evaluate and to compare apples with apples.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I get your point in terms of the scenario. But I mean, I'm saying comparing apples with apples, 100 million versus 5 million. Because I think according to Mr. McIntosh Polela, when we raised an issue of escalating cost, he said even that 100 million was not enough. It was underestimated. Hence, costs have now escalated that in 2.5 years, you have already paid them, I think, more than 400 million, just in 2.5 years. Now, his argument is that, no, even that 100 million estimation, it was an underestimation. But yet you have given the tender to somebody that has priced it at 5 million. So I agree with you that we're talking about a scenario, meaning that it's not that when you say 100 million, exactly we are going to give it to a person of 100 million. We can give it to a person of 80 million, 70, but 5 million versus 100 million. Don't you think there's something wrong there?
As I said, the scenario was not meant to cover all requirements for the 5-year period. It was a single scenario that we wanted to use to be able to evaluate price. So the intention by providing that particular scenario to bidders was never to say, this is the only scenario. It is just a possible scenario of media buying requirements that we may require during the course of the contract. And we required bidders to provide that to us in terms of pricing so that we could compare. We could have expanded the list in terms of a various number of scenarios, but the intention certainly was just to use the quoted pricing in order to make a comparison, because we are required in terms of the tender process to compare apples with apples. So the 5 million certainly was not the only scenario.
Okay, now I think let's pass that one. Now, coming to the opinion of Morar Inc., I assume that it was an opinion and it was not binding on your side. I think it's more like a legal opinion. If you seek a legal opinion, it does not mean that you will automatically follow that opinion. It's up to you to decide when we have received that opinion. So Morar Inc.'s opinion, I think it is an opinion to you. I think it was all up to you whether you use it or not. But then why did you had to go to an extent of asking them to withdraw it? What was wrong if we are not happy because maybe they were outside the scope, either they went beyond the scope or they did not cover the scope, to just take that opinion and put it aside and continue with your work? Why was it necessary for you to request them to withdraw it?
In terms of the request for withdrawal, as I said earlier, it was a request that came from the former CFO, the acting CFO at the time. And the reasons for the withdrawal was on the basis that the requirements of management was not for an opinion. The requirement was for a review in terms of the proposed changes.
All right. Now, the last question on your side is with regard to the use of IPSAS 42. I think I won't go to other questions that relates to that. I think we have responded to them. But I think from your response, I think I could read that you are But according to you personally, I think you were of the view that it was a correct decision, the issue of IPSAS 42. But now I think me and you should agree that IPSAS 42 led to the understating of your liabilities. But your view, I think I've heard you earlier that you were saying if you use IFRS 4, you are overstating your liabilities. So IPSAS 42 is the correct one. But now I think one of the witnesses that came here, I forgot the name, I think raised the point that the decision to use IPSAS 42 might have also affected the increase of the fuel levy. Because the use of IPSAS 42, because you have understated your liabilities, the government was then of the view that you are in good financial health as RAF, and as a result of that, for a couple of years, there was no increase on the fuel levy. What is your comment on that?
I don't think the increase in the fuel levy was influenced by the accounting policy. Certainly when we do our MTF submission to the National Treasury, we do make forecasts in terms of how we see claims being settled and finalized and paid, at least for the MTF period, and that would have either informed an increase or a no increase in terms of the fuel levy, but that is covered in the MTF and the funding model of the Road Accident Fund, certainly not on the basis of accounting.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Coming to you, Mr. Modiba, can you tell us what is the main difference between the position of Treasury Specialist and Acting General Manager Treasury? Because I think you did occupy both positions at different times.
Depending on how you define the two positions. So a Treasury Specialist would be someone who is a specialist, a professional within the Treasury environment. And a General Manager would then be a leader who leads the team on Treasury operations. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So according to Mr. Songelwa, in July 2020, you were appointed as acting General Manager Treasury, which at that time, that position didn't exist in the organogram of the organization. Are you aware of that? What is your comment on that?
The Human Resources Department would be best placed to answer that. But I think if perhaps maybe I can give it a shot. So in as much as I'm employed now in the CEO's office as a Treasury Specialist, without a position existing, the actual box on the structure existing, I'm supposing the same rationale could be applied across the organization. And that, I think, and I'm guessing, that's what I'm talking about, perhaps maybe human capital can come through and answer that part of human resources operations, that if the CEO has got powers to appoint individuals in his office without a box, then he could then also assign powers to an individual to go head up a functionary where he feels there are gaps or weaknesses that require attention. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. How much value does your current position of CIO add to the organization? I know that you are on suspension now, but during the time when you were still in office, how much value is this position adding to RAF?
Quite a lot. I think in the presentation that I submitted to SCOPA Secretariat, I particularly address the challenges that we faced when I joined the Road Accident Fund, the stratification of the liability, because it seems as if when one talks about investments, we only think about cash. But the Chief Investment Executive Office comprise two parts. So the first one would be the asset part, the other one would be the liability part. And the biggest headache for the road accident fund is the liability part and not necessarily the asset part. So issues of foreign nationals who are undocumented claiming from the rough budget, the issues of identity documents which are incomplete, the issues of, for instance, Sunshine Hospital, where invoices would come through based on prescribed minimum benefits which would have been paid, called past meds. One has to look at the characteristics of how the liability grows and what are the drivers thereof, and put mitigating measures in place to making sure that those are arrested. So that's just on the quality assurance part. And I can continue with it because the rabbit hole is quite deep. I think one of the things we found at the RAF was, in fact, the road accident fund was in ICU, and hence this day zero phenomenon, wherein it was forecasted to close by December 2020. Had we not taken certain measures, and some of these measures would be application to court to suspend all court orders above, below 180 days, so that we can make a structured payment regime. The issues of the duplicate payments that we uncovered worth 1.2 billion, and that talks to the liability stratification from a chief executive investment office. The issues that I'm referring to, for instance, would then also cover issues of what is the longevity of the fund. I mean, we're talking about fuel levy of 2.18 rand, but in real terms, that fuel levy is sitting at around 1.68 rand, given the inflationary erosion that would have happened over the past 3 to 4 years. Now, everything that I'm telling you is part of legislature. It's not something that we're coming up with. So the Treasury regulations will tell you that, the PFMA will tell you that, and all the measures that we've implemented over time has led to the alleviation of day zero. So the REF would have closed in December 2020. It did not close. As a measure, perhaps maybe that should be something that becomes a yardstick, that whatever it is that we would have done, in as much as in my affidavit I mentioned a couple of emails, threats, resign, issues of my departure at the city of Johannesburg, and all manner of things. So while and I was quite surprised.
Yeah,
that,
please conclude. I think you are eating
You
my
are
time.
actually deep in injury time. You are now on 21 minutes instead of 15. So you're going to need to ask your last question.
All right.
I'll pause there about the value add that then the functionary brings into the structure of the fund. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, my last question to you. Mr. Songelwa gave evidence before this committee that you dismissed 2 employees at RAF, to be specific, an actuarial manager and a senior manager actuarial. And then you did that without consulting him as their line manager. And in terms of the RAF's disciplinary policy, you are supposed to do that in consultation with him. Is that true? If yes, why did you do that?
That's untrue. That's false. And I'll tell you why. So the organizational structure of the fund was approved by the new organizational structure of the fund was approved by a board, I think, on the 31st of March 2022, which then took the actuarial team from finance into the investment arm. Bearing in mind that I said that investment arm has got 2 parts, the asset part and the liability part. The actuarial functionary deals with the liability risk. So we talk about actuarial liability, we talk about other liability. In fact, 4 groups of liabilities that the actuaries currently do now. So they were roped in terms of the new structure. I had extensive conversations with the team about them coming in, and I think also Mrs. Potgieter indicated to them that post the approval of the structure will be reporting to me. So it's not something which Victor could say that the team was transferred unofficially. I think those were his words. The team was part of the new structure, and therefore, under my guidance, they had to do certain things differently, of course. And unfortunately, we did not see eye to eye. Perhaps maybe it was resistance of the new operating model. I don't know. They were suspended on insolence and the likes. We went through ER process. It concluded. It gave recommendations for dismissal. We went to CCMA. The CCMA recommended the same outcome for the one employee, and for Mr. Chara Cooper, the process is still ongoing. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll traverse these matters when towards the end. I just want to, before I come to you, Honorable Neil May, there's something that you mentioned, Ms. Potgieter, earlier on, which pertained to this IFRS matter. You remember you mentioned the 2016 letter. You remember when I referred to what the judgment was saying, and you said the 2016 letter doesn't actually, in its totality, it doesn't say what the judge is saying. You remember that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. I suspect you might have it. Los guys, did you place this pack in front of Ms. Potgieter? Can you do that? Because I want us to go to it together, that letter. Yes, we're going to go to it together just now. I just want you to read. I'm not going to ask you any questions. I just want you to read it. So the first is the 2014 letter. You see that? Okay. I'll just ask you to read. I won't ask any questions. I'll hand over to Honorable Neil May. There's that paragraph that says preparers are asked. Can you see that towards the end?
I can see it, yes.
Please read it. All the way to that are similar to insurance. Please read basically the next few lines.
Preparers are asked to assess the compliance with IFRS 4 and to amend the disclosures in the financial statements accordingly. The board confirmed that even when an insurance activity is set out in legislation rather than an insurance contract, the principles of IFRS 4 is still appropriate. The board also confirmed that the activities were insurance rather than a social benefit until such time as the IPSAS B completes their project on social benefits.
Carry on.
That project may provide further clarity on activities that are similar to insurance.
Okay, let's now go to the 2016 letter, the one that agrees with you on your version. And shall I invite you to go to page 2 thereof? Impact on financial reporting locally. Can you see that? The members have got the same. It then asks questions under 1 and 2. The members can see those questions. Can you read the next paragraph?
I think it's the paragraph that you read, Chair. The ASB.
I need you to read it.
You want me to repeat it?
Yes, I need you to read it.
The ASB is of the view that the current reporting requirement should be maintained, i.e. there is no change from the position articulated in 2014. Entities should still consider IFRS 4 in accounting for the insurance or insurance-like activities as outlined in Directive 5, determining the GRAP reporting framework. Although there is debate internationally about certain benefits provided by entities are in fact social benefits or insurance, the ASB is of the view that applying IFRS 4 currently provides appropriate information to hold entities accountable and make decisions. Entities should not adopt the new IFRS on insurance once it is issued.
Yeah, carry on.
This is because of its linkages with the new IFRS on revenue and financial instruments. As the ASB has not revised its standards of GRAP to align them with the new IFRS on insurance is likely to be incompatible with the standards of GRAP. Once the International Accounting Standards Board has issued a new IFRS, the ASB will need to assess its applicability to public sector entities. In summary, entities should maintain the status quo in terms of reporting on insurance or insurance-like activities until there is further communication from the IPSASB.
Right. Thanks very much. Honorable Neil May, over to you.
Chair, may I clarify on the basis of reading these paragraphs? Just 2 points to add. So certainly, at the time when we received the 2014 letter, we had assumed that it is an instruction to implement IFRS 4. And on that basis, we made the change. Then the 2016 letter, I think the main intention behind the issuance of the 2016 letter and the so-called maintaining the status quo was because at the time IFRS 17 had just been published by the International Accounting Standards Board. And certainly the ASB did not want entities to change from IFRS 4 to IFRS 17. So when we approached the ASB in January of 2021, it was certainly on the basis of us having an understanding that this particular letter carries weight and has authority. And they clarified it in the correspondence. They, on page 2 of the letter on the 1st of February 2021 says, the letter was not authoritative, and in that it did not prescribe IFRS 4 to entities, but asked entities to consider IFRS 4 in identifying activities that are similar to insurance but arise from legislation rather than contracts to formulate relevant accounting policies. Then if I move on to the next page, page 3, in the middle, it says, the board and stakeholders did not agree with the voluntary application. That is now in consulting on IPSAS 42. The board and stakeholders did not agree with the voluntary application of IFRS 17 to schemes that are similar to insurance contracts, which is what is contained in the IPSAS, nor did it agree that the liability is limited to the next point at which eligibility criteria need to be satisfied. There was consensus locally that the liability arises when the eligibility criteria are satisfied, and that future satisfaction of these criteria affects the measurement of liability. So in our development, Chair, we considered the fact that there was consensus locally that a liability arises when eligibility criteria are satisfied. And certainly the voluntary application of IFRS 17, based on the view that we are not an insurance company and we don't perform insurance-like activities, it would not find expression. And then lastly, in terms of the liability being limited to the next point at which eligibility criteria are satisfied, would not apply in this case because we do pay in lump sum. And then further to that, Chair, I don't want to read from the document, but we do go back to the ASB. And in that particular document on the 23rd, or correspondence in terms of the guidance that we sought, the ASB even goes to the extent of guiding us in terms of how to assess in terms of IPSAS 42. So I want to put it on record, Chair. If at this point the ASB had given us an indication that we were not allowed to use IPSAS 42, we would not have moved. But they certainly didn't say so.
I appreciate that. I mean, we will come back to the reasons why I asked you to read that part, by the way, but thanks for the clarification. What vitiates what you've just said now is that the ASB has since clarified itself, haven't they? At the point where you were making let us accept your argument. Let us accept your argument that had they made it clear prior to the board changing its decision, you would have done what? You would have agreed with them. You would have said, okay, we accept your view. Is that what would have happened? Is that your proposition here?
If they had issued a Directive 5, which 6 indicates that entities are not allowed to use IPSAS 42, we would not have used it. But certainly Directive 5 has never changed. It only changed for 25-26. This is the first year that the IPSAS, or that the Directive 5 indicates that entities are not allowed to use IPSAS 42.
Okay, we shall deal with that later on. Honorable Neil May, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to my colleagues here, and good afternoon to our guests. Ms. Potgieter, you are the CFO of the RAF. Can you share with the committee what your qualifications are and what memberships, professional memberships, do you have?
I'm a chartered accountant, so I am a member of SAICA, and certainly all the qualifications that goes with obtaining my qualification as a chartered accountant, so undergrad, postgrad, and all the relevant board exams.
No, thank you. So therefore, as the Chief Financial Officer of a public entity within South Africa, are you saying that you are not aware of the legislative compliance framework that governs your role, including the Public Finance Management Act, the Generally Recognized Accounting Practice, GRAP standards, Treasury regulations, and the Oversight Authority of the Auditor General? And why I'm saying that is that you have defended the use of a financial system that is not compliant with GRAP and the Auditor General of South Africa reporting requirements, and knowingly that all organs of state are required to comply with government financial management frameworks. What is your feelings with regards to that?
Through you, Chair. Honourable Member, as I said this morning, I believe that at the time, certainly prior to the change of Directive 5 in 25-26, we were fully compliant with the requirements of Directive 5 that sets out the GRAP reporting framework. Both Directive 5 and GRAP 3 makes provision for entities to, in the absence of a standard of GRAP that applies to its transactions, to look at other standard setters within descending order, with the first one being the IPSAS B.
Thank you. So you were aware that adopting a non-compliant system would compromise the fund's auditability and risk its compliance with the PFMA, because basically that's what you're saying. So when you seek approval and concurrence from National Treasury or the Auditor General before implementing the system, what was the decision recorded in the board minutes?
Chair, we did not have, or we were certainly not required to get approval from the HGSA, if I heard you correctly. Obviously, they are the auditors of financials, and they're certainly not the preparers of financials. We did engage the Office of the Accountant General during the process of dispute resolution, and I think I have provided the sequence of events in which the Office of the Accountant General were disagreeing with the Auditor General on the basis of the obligating event. I think I did make, or we did submit as part of our parameters, a presentation that was made by the Office of the Accountant General, as well as an email that followed their conclusions in terms of the dispute resolution process, in which they indicate their position. So, yeah, we certainly did not engage the AGSA prior to, because they are auditors and not preparers.
Okay, we've noted that. Now, the RAF achieved unqualified and even clean audits from 2015 through to 2020 before the implementation of this new financial system. Since the change, audit outcomes have deteriorated significantly. How do you reflect on that contrast, and do you accept responsibility for the decline in the audit performance?
There was a time when, just before the implementation, and I think I also made it, I included it in my presentation. In 2010-11, we were using GRAP 19, that is before 2015. And so in terms of that, we were accounting for both. I think these terms were clarified in one of the previous sessions: IBNR, which is incurred but not reported, and OCR, which is outstanding claims recorded. So we recognized both of those elements. Then in 2012, on the advice of the Auditor General, we excluded IBNR from our liability recognition. So we only recognized the OCR portion, and that was for 2 years. 2 years later, the AGSA again changed their position and raised a finding on the fact that IBNR should be included in the liability. Management of that year, 2014, opposed the AGSA's position, but then eventually conceded to making that change to achieve a clean audit outcome. What we also reflected on in this process is that as preparers of financial statements, we are not supposed to consider audit outcomes in preparing financial statements. We should certainly consider the needs of our users, and I think I also provided an excerpt of that particular newsletter that the ASB issued in 2019 in my presentation.
No, thank you. As of 31st of March 2020, the RAF's accumulated liabilities were in the region of 330 billion, clearly exceeding its assets. Okay, so that is where you were. Were you not masking the fund's insolvency at that stage? And how do you justify continuing to present the RAF as a going concern? Because which I'm getting to the actuarial side, and I'll come back to Mr. Modiba's questions, is if you had to estimate now, you're at least 500 billion. So you went from 330 billion to actual now, if we had to calculate it with actuaries, to at least 500 billion. But that's not what you are showing. How are you justifying that? Is that the real reason that you changed the financial system so that you could mask the actual liabilities of the fund? Because obviously that has ramifications for our national budget.
As I said earlier, my view is that under IFRS 4, we overstated our liabilities because we were accounting for liabilities from accidents that we had not yet even received a claim on. That's one. So we are certainly indeed, in terms of the RAF Act, not liable for all accidents. And even the statistics from the RTMC does not capture all accidents. It captures fatal accidents. So we were relying on statistics that were obviously had a significant uncertainty. That is firstly in terms of the recognition. Secondly, there's uncertainty in terms of the amount. And then if you look at the GRAP 19 standard, it talks about those significant uncertainties in terms of the both recognition and amount. So my view is that we overstated our liability in those financials. I wouldn't be able to answer on the value of or evaluation of IBNR because I'm certainly not an actuary.
No, thank you. Before I move to Mr. Modiba, there is a contract, the call center contract. The value of the contract was 199 million. The value is now 506 million. Can you give us a bit of clarity with regards to that?
As I said earlier, I did not prepare procurement related issues because my letter just informed me about preparing presentations for IPSAS, so I wouldn't be able to confirm the value. But I can say that in terms of the procurement process, we followed a process of Treasury Regulation 16A66, which is participation in a contract with another entity. So we requested, that particular contract was with the Department of Employment and Labour, and they had procured the contract on an open tender basis, and we then participated in that particular contract with the Department of Labour.
No, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Modiba. Can you also share with the committee what qualifications you currently have and what professional memberships do you belong to?
Thank you, Honourable Neil. I've got a degree in maths, stats, and computer science, so pure maths, pure statistics, and computer science. I've got a postgraduate degree in general management, and I've got an MBA. And various investment courses, treasury courses, IT courses, and the like. Thanks.
Do you have any qualifications? I didn't quite hear that. So there's no actuarial qualifications in your qualifications that you have?
No, but let me just maybe touch a bit on it. There's no statutory requirement for any person who is leading the actuarial team to be an actuary in the first place. But also, I think if one had to look at what actuarial science means, it's really application of mathematical methods, statistical methods, and financial methods to identify risk and put the relevant mitigating measures in place. And I think it's something that was touched on the other day when my former colleagues were here. The former general manager, Victor Songel, is not an actuary. And there are instances even in the work environment wherein you've got a group of actuaries who are led by a non-actuary qualified individual. And I think for an actuary is a statutory position which is meant to at a technical level sort of defend matters, go to court, and so forth and so forth. But it's certainly not a requirement for a manager who's leading the actuarial team to be an actuary themselves. Thanks.
So you're not a member of the FSCA?
I'm a member of the Actuarial Society of South Africa. I'm a member of the Faculty of Actuaries in the UK.
Thank you. Okay, so in your opinion, what was the impact of the change in RAF's accounting policy and long-term sustainability of the RAF?
So from an actuarial perspective and not reporting perspective, I looked at the two documents in particular, the FSB Directive 1, which then says that the insurance approach cannot be applied to a social security fund. So that's the first thing. The second one is the Government Financial Sector Manual of 2014. I think it's issued by the IMF, which then says that, if I can just read what it says here. It says that the net implicit obligations for future social security benefits are not recognized as liabilities. So, in simple terms, it simply says that what is termed IBNR, incurred but not reported, can't be a liability for a social security fund, which is the road accident fund. So, when an accident happens outside here, touch wood, from a Rev Act perspective, that accident is yet to be investigated, and it does not necessarily mean that that accident is going to end up in the books of the Road Accident Fund as a liability. But also, there is no connection between the risk of having an accident against the premiums that fuel levy payers are paying, because then the risk is not equitable. So simply put, if I am insured by Insurer 1, Insurer 1 can only assume a liability from an accident that I incurred because of the risk that they would have profiled against myself. And my insurer cannot say that any other accident out there then belongs in their books. So having said that, Mr. Potgieter is right, or rather, I agree with her when she says that.
Ooh, you've just changed the gender.
My apologies to the committee and to Mrs. Potgieter. I think I agree with her when she says that the liability of the Road Accident Fund has been overly inflated. And of course, there must be a distinction between reporting part and calculation part. For the Road Accident Fund, like I said earlier on, we calculate all 4 liabilities, including IBNR for risk purposes. And we then obviously hand the liabilities to our accounting counterparts for reporting purposes, wherein they will test eligibility, and that's when they would produce the Fs. But definitely, over-reporting a liability is bad for any balance sheet, for that matter. Thanks.
Honorable Nelme, you are now in injury time. Yes.
Okay, I just have to. I did look at all your investments, and there were investments that were with Investec. Can you tell us exactly what that money is in Investec?
I don't know about any monies at Investec, ma'am.
Investments or just bank accounts, Honorable Nelme?
Chair, it's in our documents with regards to where their monies are all banked, and it shows Investec.
No, I think that those are bank accounts.
Yeah.
I think on that version, yeah.
Okay, then coming back to you have in your affidavit on page. Let's have a look here. It would be page 4. You show that there were a panel of attorneys here, but they only go up to L. There's no L to Z in your affidavit. So you've only shown attorneys in alphabetical order from A to L. And I'm wondering if there's a page missing with where the other names are and in your affidavit, this is one of the areas that you've said preferred claim payments, because you were alleging that these were termed fixed allocations. A list of certain law firms were prioritized for payment to prejudice others and claimants. Now, there's only these here to L. Are there, so obviously there's nothing from L to Z?
No, ma'am. I think perhaps maybe there was a cut on the paper. The attorneys go up to W. Okay. Perhaps maybe if the secretariat can check the soft copy to that one, yeah.
Last one.
Yes.
Last one. This is the very last one.
I'm going to be charged by FIFA. But
okay.
Go ahead.
No, fine. It has come to our attention that when you did go out for a tender for legal firms, a company that was only 1 month old was then chosen to be one of your corporate attorneys. Are you aware of that? And it is Modiba and Co.
I wouldn't know about that. I don't think it was my process in the first place, ma'am.
Okay, that would have been at SEM. So when we come back, I want to, for further information, I'd like to know the terms of reference that they were appointed, and what criteria were they appointed. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, you honorable member, Honorable Matuna, please take the floor.
No, thanks, Chair. I will try to be short. I will try to be very short. No, thanks, Chair. Maybe to start with the CEO, with the CFO. I mean, CFO. I just want to check again. Because I just want, in my recollection, we are saying what was the scope of Mora again?
I was not involved in that particular process. As I said earlier, it is essentially an internal audit process, so they would have issued the scope to the particular bidders, but they review. So I don't have access. That's all I'm saying. I don't have access to the actual document, but the scope would be to perform a high-level review in terms of the GRAP reporting framework. Generally, what we do is we provide them with the prior year financials to perform that particular review on, because it is quite early, and we then would use their findings in order to inform particular changes to the financial statements. They would also look at new standards that may be applicable to the RAF that we need to consider implementing. But yeah, it's a high-level review of the annual financial statements.
So I would assume that they were then an extension of internal audit. They were outsourced to do a review of internal audit. What is usually by internal audit function. Thanks. For which financial year, according to information, that they were doing a review on, Mora?
The review, as I said, the general practice is that we would use the prior year financial. We would provide them with the prior year financial statements, and they would then review those financial statements, and those points that they raise would inform the preparation of the financial statements related to that particular year. So that is generally how we do it, because we do require that particular process to be concluded before we submit financial statements in May. And obviously it would also then include, as I said, any possible new GRAP standards that have been issued that may be applicable to the RAF. But it was so Morar was for the 2021 financials.
So you are saying to me you were reviewing financial statements that you would have submitted to AG already, that were audited by AG. Am I hearing correct?
Yes, but there may have been changes, as I said. So it is a high-level review. It ensures compliance with the GRAP reporting framework. It does a gap analysis, so it does look at whether there are any gaps between what the GRAP reporting framework requires and what we are presenting. And in addition to that, as I said, whether there are any new GRAP standards or any developments since the previous year that RAF needs to consider in preparing financials.
What was the audit opinion again for the year that they were doing high review on?
It was a clean audit.
So nonetheless, you went to review it.
It's not, as I said, it's not only about those particular financials. It's about any changes and to ensure that we comply with possible changes from the Directive 5.
Do you do 6 months financial statements? Or did they do them? I think you were in the reporting. Did you do 6 months financial statements?
No, we don't do financials on a interim basis, but we do management accounts on a quarterly basis.
So after you have received the I would assume that now you had to do review financial statements twice. You reviewed the ones that you've already submitted and they were audited by AG and you got clean audit, one, and then the financial year, the ones that you were preparing for approval in May, right? They had to go through internal audit. That's the normal process.
So what we do is, if they identify any possible shortcomings, we would implement them in our preparation and we would provide them with the evidence that their recommendation has been implemented, either whether it's implemented or not. But we do provide them with our feedback in terms of whether we considered what they had recommended or whether we have a different view. And on that basis, we would then give them the final product for confirmation before it goes to the audit committee.
So when does, if you want to change an accounting policy, when is it usually changed in a financial year?
So it's either a change for in the event that there is a new GRAP standard, and that particular GRAP standard would have transitional provisions as well. So it would tell you whether you would need to restate or it's a prospective implementation, or you have what is called a voluntary change in accounting policy. And I think it then is when management believes that the change in accounting policy will result in more reliable and relevant information to the users of the financials.
But can a change in accounting policy be effected at year end?
Yes, I don't think there's anything that says that it can't.
Do you have a change management program, procedures at RAF?
I am not sure.
Because generally, I think honorable bills maybe will help us as well. Generally, when we are changing an accounting policy, you change it at the beginning of the financial year. That's when you make a decision. So that when you make transactions the whole year, you would be already preparing financial statement using whatever change that you need to effect. You don't change financial accounting policy at the end of financial year, according to my knowledge. You might have a different knowledge. My second worry, Chair, I've never had a review of financial statements that have been submitted to AG and you got a clean audit. It's for the first time. That's the second thing I want to raise. Thirdly, I wanted to check, I think that this would be my last question. Now, when you were engaging with the chair and he was asking you that you asked Mora to withdraw the opinion that they would have given you, the technical opinion that they would have given you, I believe you surely you are an accountant, right?
Correct.
To you as an accountant, ethically, professionally, did it seem or did it make professional soundness to ask another professional to withdraw their opinion?
I think on the basis that it was not a requirement, I didn't see any issue with it now.
But did it change the opinion itself? I agree that you did not ask them to do it, but did it change the opinion itself?
I suppose it doesn't change their opinion now.
But nonetheless, you guys continued to implement IPSAS 42.
At the risk of repeating myself, I think the issue was always that we believed that IFRS 4 is not appropriate. And it was overstating our liabilities. And even Morar in the report says so, that IFRS 4 is not appropriate. We had actually at the stage prior to engaging the ASB said that, can we not go to GRAP 19? And I think Morar in their report also says that the unfortunate part about GRAP 19 is that it specifically excludes social benefits. So we believe, and I still believe, that IFRS 4 is not appropriate, even now.
To your surprise, I might to an extent agree with you, but there's one question that is very important. How does the law define you as RAF? As a social benefit or as an insurer? That is where the biggest question is. If we are defined as a social benefit, then it's something else. Then IFRS4 would be wrong. But if you are as an insurer, as much as some of its transactions would not be adequately so bad, I think that's where the matter is. Now, when the actuaries were here, I specifically asked them about the method or the method that they use to calculate their actuaries and what, and to me it sounded very reasonable. Now I want to ask, why do you hold, because it appears to me you hold a firm view that you are overstating your liabilities. I want to check why.
So maybe just to go back just a slight bit, in terms of the change in accounting policy, this particular transaction is a single transaction that affects the liabilities of the RAF. So it's a journal essentially. It's one journal that we pass on a quarterly basis to adjust the financial statements to evaluation. So just to clarify in terms of whether you need to do it at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year, we don't have constant transactions that influence the particular, or that could be influenced by a policy. It's journals that we just adjust to the valuation. So it could be done at any point in time. It's not limited to at the beginning of the year. I just wanted to settle that one. Then in terms of the classification of RAF. So obviously, I mean, we have the RAF Act. It doesn't necessarily pronounce in terms of the classification, but as I said before, we have various sources of classification. The Public Sector Classifications Committee classifies us as a social security fund. The FSB in their Directive 1, whom is our former regulator now being replaced by the Prudential Authority, classifies us as a social security fund, and the Government Finance Statistics Manual classifies us as a social security fund. So there are various bodies that have classified the road accident fund as a social security fund. And I think also to the point where even the court in the matter between ourselves and Discovery have indicated that the principles of subrogation don't apply to the road accident fund as a result of the road accident fund not being an insurer, because subrogation would only apply to insurers.
Just going back a bit, IFRS4 required you to do actuarial evaluations internally and external, right?
Yes.
IPSAS 42 doesn't.
We use our internal actuaries for it.
So what do you mean when you're saying it was just a journal entry? Because I believe the entire financial year you were paying a service provider to do external actuaries for you.
The actuarial valuations were done, I believe, on a quarterly basis. But the reason why I wanted to clarify that is because in terms of the change in accounting policy, we would not be required to change the way in which we process individual transactions. It's a matter of adjusting the liability to the outcome of the valuation. So that is why I wanted to say that it would not necessarily have been required for this change to be made in the beginning of the financial year. It could have been made at any point because the adjustment is a journal.
So you are meaning to say to me it's okay that you continued the whole financial year knowing that you will change the policy, or deciding to change the policy at the end of financial year, but you had actuaries working for you the entire financial year that you were paying. now that information, because according to IPSAS 42, is no longer useful. So are you saying that now, because I think the argument that we're having now is that the reason why I'm saying that it usually it would be changed at the beginning of financial year, because there's no transaction, according to my knowledge, that will only touch one journal. For instance, in what I'm speaking about now, you were paying actuaries, of which they gave you about 4 reports. Quarterly reports, but those reports were no longer useful on IPSAS 42, since you were saying that this thing you are not required, according to do the comparison between the internal, what your internal actuaries do, and the external actuaries. And I think your colleagues, former colleagues that were here before, they actually gave us a breakdown and in terms of the differences of the actuaries and so on. So I was saying that because in this particular transaction so effective, it was just to pass one journal, so that wasteful expenditure of preparing reports that you won't need is okay.
The reports were still used for risk management purposes, and it obviously also informed our funding model and our submissions to the National Treasury in terms of the MTF and the E&E.
No, thanks. I think on the Mr. Modiba, generally asking, would you be comfortable to be given a medication by a particular pharmacy where you are told that the chief pharmacist doesn't have a pharmacy qualification?
Yeah, that's comparing apples with pears. But let me give it a shot. With the same token, does it mean then that if I'm the CFO of the Road Accident Fund, I need to be an actuary, a doctor, a qualified attorney, and so forth and so forth? Because you see, at executive level, or at least at leadership level, we provide guidance. So you may have a head of a medical center who's not a doctor, and it's there, it's practical. So the issue of prescribing medication when you are not qualified can't be used in this instance. I can say, when I've got a doctor who can prescribe a medication when I'm managing a medical center, that then is fine. And I think that we need to distinguish between the two. To have a professional technocrat with the qualifications versus an individual who would provide general management and leadership. Because with the same token, I could ask, there's lots of chief investment offices which would require mathematical, actuarial, and the like skills. But you find that on their job spec, they don't even mention it. Same as the REV. So the job spec of a chief investment officer, which was done in conjunction with a service provider, I think it's PwC, does not say that as a requirement you need to be an actuary. Hence I'm saying that, and I'm giving a wild example when I say the CEO of REV must be an actuary, must be a medical doctor, and must be a qualified legal practitioner, because those are the functionaries that you would need within the Road Accident Fund. But it doesn't mean that you must be all of those three things. Thanks.
No, it's fine. Perhaps let me do like this to help you.
Injury time, but I'll allow you two more questions.
You were hired as a chief investment officer, right? Have you made any investments? Question, yes or no? Have you made any investments since you've arrived in RAF?
No, it can't be a straightforward question, Honorable, because then I indicated earlier on that the Chief Investment Office comprised two parts. And I think that the committee has been focusing on the asset part, so which is your question. And I was saying that the biggest issue, the biggest headache for the Road Accident is the liability part. And a chief investment officer's job, at least in a asset liability management mandate, is asset liability matching. As in, what is the driver of this liability that I've got? And will I be able to redeem this liability, pay it with whatever available cash that I've got, and not how much money can I make out of this invested cash, because that is an asset management mandate, not asset and liability management mandate. Thanks.
I will ask again as a departing short chair. Since we've arrived at RAF, I know you were at some point you were running some debt turnaround strategy of some sort, where you say that you needed to go to the market to get about 15 to 20 billion, right? And I actually hold the view that this is the reason why you changed from Grab 4 to Ipsos 42. But we'll speak about it at a later stage. I will ask again in my departing short. Since you've arrived at RAF as a chief investment officer, have you made any investments or manage investments thereof?
The managing investments is not the only thing that a chief investment officer does.
You're not answering the question.
So,
Mr. Modiba, you're not answering the question. Please indulge us with an answer. Please.
No, we haven't invested any monies because there's no real monies to invest anyway. RAF is on a net deficit basis. Thanks.
Yeah, please.
So what are you doing at RAF?
My affidavit says a lot of what I do at the RAF, and I think that I said this thing before. I said that the understanding and stratification of the liability is the most important thing, is the most important job of a chief investment officer, who then has to manage liabilities against available cash.
But the liabilities of RAF are way above what RAF has. That's why I'm asking you, since you've arrived at RAF, if you can just tell us one thing, because RAF he does not have money, he's broke, he's not paying people. Now, just one thing, that to say that I've taken this kind of coke, what have you done since you've arrived at RAF? That's what I'm trying to understand. You were employed as a chief investment officer. My understanding is that you would manage the money and do investment to ensure that you cover your liabilities. Obviously, you have a particular role that you must play in the stratification of your liabilities. But my question is, what have you done? Because the liabilities at RAF are a problem. You are saying that you have not done any investments. So I'm trying to understand, Chair. Please pardon with me. What has he done since he has arrived at RAF?
So he answered that question earlier. It fell in the area of a chief risk officer. Yeah, in my opinion. But if you want him to repeat, sure. But when he set out the things that he did, these are things that a chief risk officer working together with a chief internal audit executive would do. At the road accident fund, those responsibilities are performed by somebody called the chief investment officer. But please, you can be my guest and set out to Honorable Maduna the things that you listed earlier for us. I was hoping to canvass them later on with you relative to all of these job descriptions. But please indulge, unless Honorable Maduna, you are fine.
No, Chair, I think to save time, can we get his job description?
Yeah, I'll ask the team to send it to you.
Thank you. No, it's fine.
It's in the memory stick.
Yeah, I think we must. I will just analyze his job description and I will make a summary. Thank you very much. Because I cannot find anything that I believe is within what he's supposed to be doing. Thank you,
Mr. Modiba. Let me maybe just try and get to the same. Honorable Beasley, give me 5 minutes, please. Can you tell us the difference between what a chief investment officer does, not you in general, a chief investment officer and a company treasurer and a chief risk officer? The three. Start with the chief investment officer.
Can I start with the chief risk officer?
Start with the chief investment officer.
Right. Depending on the mandate, earlier on I talked about asset management mandate, which would be as you're taking your cash resources, you give it to a chief investment officer in an asset management firm and say that I want to retire in 20 years, grow this money. for me. That's an asset management mandate. And you would have mechanics of it. You would have a scenario wherein you've got liabilities, debts that need to be paid over time. And there, for instance, in the pension fund space, they would project when would it be that Sefotle is going to retire, and then they go, we think that we're going to have to pay this much by then. So the asset grows in line with the projections of your retirement time and the liabilities that then have to be paid against that. Same is the road accident fund. You've got the liability on the one end, and you've got the asset on the other end. Wherein you are saying that with this liability, if I were to stratify it, am I going to be able to make obligations as they fall due on a timeline? That's an asset and liability management mandate. And that is different from a chief risk officer. A chief risk officer looks at, in the main, risk matrices, risk register, and the like. For instance, within the chief investment officer's performance scope, there will be certain things which need to be met, whether it's benchmarks or even the distance to default ratios, the liquidity ratios, the adequacy ratios, and so forth. That's a chief risk officer's job. A treasurer, in a sense, is less of a responsibility from a chief investment officer, because a treasurer would be probably what Honorable Atkinson, the last time you talked about, there's a liability, you get money, you pay that money, the money, without necessarily having to stratify the liability to the extent that you understand its components. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. To your greetings, Ms. Potgieter. Are you aware of the code of ethics of a chartered accountant?
Yes, I am.
Have you read them lately?
I think last year, yes.
Okay, I just want to read some to you. It refers to professional behavior. To comply with relevant laws and regulations, behave in a manner consistent with the profession's responsibility to act in the public's interest in all professional activities and business relationships, and avoid any conduct that the professional accountant knows or should have that might discredit the profession. Do you believe you've acted in a manner that hasn't discredited the profession?
No, I haven't.
So you haven't discredited the profession?
No.
So being a CFO of a company that's got disclaimed and adverse audit reports for 5 years, you the CFO, you the CA, and you don't think it's a problem?
I disagree with the auditor's conclusion.
Well, for the record, you have brought the CA into disrepute just based on that statement, because that is one of the most bizarre statements I've ever heard. And then in the Morah thing, as a chartered accountant, you too, they've given you an opinion. You've been part of this organization that says withdraw your opinion. You cannot do that as a chartered accountant. As a chartered accountant, you have to respect the other person's opinion. You should have said more. You should have done more. You have brought the chartered accountant into disrepute by what you have said and by your actions. You have overseen financial reports for 5 years, disclaimed adverse, and you're sitting here as it's all rosy. It's not rosy. 5 years of disclaimed. The auditors, they have audited the audit reports and they said they cannot be relied upon. And you are employed by a public servant, and you should have greater responsibility to your chartered accountant profession than to sit there and say it's all okay. Okay, then in the terms of the SIU says there's been a change in bank account details and money's been redirected into another bank account. The AG says the same things, that bank accounts have been changed. Furthermore, the SIU says there's a lack of bank reconciliations. This is the SIU. And the AG says unfair procurement processes As a CFO, is that not your responsibility to ensure bank recons are reconciled on a daily basis? According to the SIU, they're actually not reconciled.
The SIU has certainly never engaged me regarding those particular allegations. We do perform bank reconciliations, so in that we would compare the bank statements with what we have in the ERP systems. On the issue of the account, I certainly don't know that the AGSA have said or raised anything in particular in that regard. The SIU has said so, but I am not aware of any additional accounts. We do have transmission accounts with a banker that we appointed, and as Mr. Modiba said, we also have a call account in which we transfer funds or.
So just to clarify, they're saying when payments are released, somebody's going into the bank account and changing the bank details. So somebody's got access to the accounting system and changing the bank details. That's what I'm referring to. The SIU have made that, and the AG have made that comment.
There was a specific incident in which an employee of one of our suppliers did that. It was a once-off incident. We had, in fact, raised it with we had submitted it to the board. We immediately informed our FID. Bank accounts were frozen, and they were able to recover a significant portion of that particular one with the asset forfeiture unit. But other than that isolated incident, I'm not aware of any other.
Did you read the Auditor General's report? Because it's quite clear they raised a material irregularity about it, and they said there's I can find it for you, but we can put it to you because I'm going to be running out of time. That was one of their key findings, a material irregularity, that banking details have been changed, and it wasn't by a supplier, it was by people within the RAF.
The Auditor General is incorrect because we provided them the information. I'm not sure why they would say it's an employee. But I mean, that audit report hasn't even served before the portfolio committee, so I'm not really sure why it's being discussed.
I'll send it to you, but the SIU and the AG can't be wrong. And you're right. It's just amazing. You're right, and the SIU and the AG are wrong.
Excuse me, can I stop you, Honorable Beasley? Can you repeat what you said about the portfolio committee?
I'm saying we are only going to the portfolio committee next week to discuss the 2024-25 results.
Those are contained in your annual report.
Correct.
Is your annual report confidential?
No, it's not, Chair.
Why are you making that comment to Honorable Beasley? As if he's not supposed to have it. Why?
I retract the comment.
No, I asked you a question. Why? I haven't asked you to apologize yet. I've asked you, why are you making that comment to Honorable Beasley when you're discussing a public document? Are you suggesting that this committee should not discuss an annual report of an entity that is now public?
I'm saying the information that Honorable Beasley is discussing is what is contained in the management report and not necessarily in the audit report, Chair. It's not in the audit report.
So he's not supposed to have this information?
I'm not saying he's not supposed to have the information. I'm just saying that the audit report has not been discussed with the portfolio committee, and what he is discussing is contained in the management report.
You are implying that this committee has no authority to discuss this information because the portfolio committee on transport has not yet discussed it. Is that what you're saying?
I retract my statement, Chair.
No. We're not getting off this that easily. Is that what you are saying? That this committee has no authority? Do you make the rules of parliament? Have you read them?
I don't make the rules of parliament, Chair.
Have you read them recently?
Not in its entirety, no.
The reason this matters is that another ex-colleague of yours has tried to instruct Parliament on which committee is appropriate to conduct this process, and you are doing the same thing. This is inappropriate. The disdain you have for this committee, you need to keep it in check.
Chair, I've been respectful. I'm like I'm saying, I retract my statement.
Honorable Beasley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So what I've got in front of me, notified on the 15th of September 2025, an adequate system of internal controls, material irregularity, unauthorized changes in banking details resulting in diversion of payments. I put it to you, the CFO, you should, that shouldn't be happening. Bank recon shouldn't be happening. I mean, I wouldn't be saying to the SIU that they're wrong. Everybody's wrong but you. And as a CFO, you should be overseeing that thing. Okay, I'll move on. And then in terms of the...
Chair, can I just respond? We immediately upon identifying that particular incident, it was in August of 2025, we instructed our FID within the RAF to perform an investigation, and we also appointed an external cyber firm to identify the point at which the changes were made. And it was changed by an employee of our ERP support service provider. And that was identified by that particular cyber expert that we appointed. So other than that, I am not aware of any other. And on the issue of the SIU, I have certainly not received any detail with regards to bank accounts being changed and funds being transferred.
Can we move on, if you don't mind?
I want to respond to the allegation. I've not received anything from the SIU, and I'm really not aware of anything other than what the issue that has been raised with the AGSA.
Thank you. And then in terms of the PricewaterhouseCoopers, my understanding it was a RFQ. What was the threshold for the RFQ at that time?
For the review.
Well, the PricewaterhouseCoopers, a RFQ was issued at that time. What was the threshold for the RFQ at that time?
I would have to confirm, but the process of appointment of that particular services was on the basis of an already established panel. So we had gone out on tender, we established an internal audit panel, and we then would, in order to select a service provider from the panel, do a request for quotation. So it wouldn't necessarily apply in terms of the RFQ limits, because we are essentially using a request for quotation process to select service providers from the panel.
So my understanding, and I'm no expert in this, is that it was changed 2 months later, that the RFQ went from 500 to 1 million. So my understanding that appointment of PricewaterhouseCoopers under RFQ should have been done under RFP.
As I said, we had already gone out on tender. So we had contracts with all of these service providers that were on the internal audit panel. And the selection method that is within our SLA with these service provider was to say, if we require a service from you, we will request quotations from service providers on the various categories of the panel, depending on what kind of service is required. So the RFQ limit would not be applicable.
And then just coming to some of the invoices, Media Mix and Zingi invoice, bucket hat 43,000 Rand. As a CFO, how is that possible?
I think the matter has already been clarified by Mr. Polela.
I'm asking you. I see an invoice that says one bucket hat 43,000. I see other invoices that says 1,000 buckets hats for a far lower amount. As a CFO, I would say that it's got to be quantified. You can't put one bucket hat for 43,000 Rand.
Certainly the expectation would have been that the service provider provides accurate information on the invoice. But as I said earlier, the process of approving invoices and engaging with service providers on established contract rests with the contract owner or the business unit. But the service provider was supposed to indicate the quantity on the particular invoices.
That holds no weight, because I've been a financial manager, an FD, whatever. I would reject those invoices. I wouldn't be putting that down on somebody else. That's your role, your responsibility. You're in charge of governance. You're in charge of the purse per se. So I wouldn't accept. I wouldn't allow somebody else. If I saw bucket hat for 43,000, I would have a heart attack. And then, just Mr. Modiba, did you know Mr. Lazzaro before you were employed? It's a yes or no question. It's not a whatever. It's yes or no, please.
Yes, I did. But we were not friends. There was no relationship.
This is not the police inquiry. It was just a yes or no. Your answer was yes, and that's for the record. You did know him. Okay. And then, and I must say, you did a great job in terms of liabilities. You made 500 billion disappear. Well done. And then.
Can I comment on that one,
No,
Chair?
and then I just want to, to me, everything comes down to numbers. It really does come down to numbers. In 2020, number of claims registered were 303,000. In 2024, it dropped to 79,000. Claims finalized went from 258,000 to 63,000. Based on this performance, you guys have failed miserably in the performance of your task of what the mandate actually is. And I think there's been intentionality around this to decrease the number of claims that are actually registered that you can recognize as a liability. And I, as a professional person, as a chartered accountant, will put my reputation and my qualification that your annual financial statements that you're preparing are a farce, and when the new ones come out, your liabilities will be at 500 billion rand. And then I also put it to you, last week we had Mr. Charakupa and Mr. Songawa with you, and I said to both of them, they need to hold their heads up high, because they stood against what has happened at the RAF. And unfortunately, I cannot say to the two of you, and I look forward, Mrs. Potgieter, to you have your day in front of the CA board, because you have brought the reputation of CAs into disrepute. I thank you.
Can I say something about that, Chair?
About which part?
The statements that Honorable Business said.
Which part? His opinion just now, or where he referred to liabilities?
His opinion.
Or which one?
The issue about I made 500 billion rand go in the cloud.
Okay.
The second one, the claims numbers dropping.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks. I think that, Honorable Beasley, we need to understand why the claims have dropped. And I think that the issue was canvassed early in the morning about claims which are lodged without any material information for the Road Accident Fund to administer. That's the first thing. And the second thing about the 500 billion rand disappearing, I indicated that you've got a number of, I'll call them councils, who then recognize the Road Accident Fund as a social security fund. And therefore, it becomes difficult when...
Sorry, Mr. Modiba, Honorable Maduna.
No, Chair, I think it was only, can we just allow Mr. Kpera to finish, because really Mr. Modiba is abusing us now. We will explain to him what, in simple terms, what Honorable Beasley is saying. He made you see, when they changed from IFRS 42, because of what is applicable and what each standard wants, they initially made 500 billion disappear. So we don't want to go to the C's and T's, and then now we start an argument about that. Please, can they respect us? And I must just say, I must register with you, I really do not like their attitude. And in addition, I think the CFO must come back, because I see the deviations here. I hear that she has not prepared for SCM matters, but I think she must come back so that she will explain to us, how do you deviate buying a computer?
Ms. Potgieter, on that, shall we ask you to reserve the dates of the 18th and the 19th provisionally of November on your calendar for you to be back with us to canvass a number of issues? Mr. Modiba, we shall move on from here. I do want to ask you a few questions about... in fact, no, sorry, let me start with Ms. Potgieter. You were promoted above your manager to become CFO. I just need to understand you correctly. Did you say this sort of thing happens regularly at the Road Accident Fund, where someone is promoted above their manager? In other words, they skip a level.
I'm not saying it happens regularly, but I was saying there's nothing that precludes it from happening in policy.
Have you ever experienced it before at the Road Accident Fund, before your own appointment, where with your manager in post, you are promoted above them for them to report to you, apart from your case?
No.
Have you experienced it since?
No, Chair.
So it is unusual.
I haven't personally experienced it now.
Have you experienced it anywhere else?
I've spent the majority of my time at the Road Accident Fund other than my articles, Chair.
Did you experience it where you did your articles?
No, Chair.
The reason I'm asking this, Ms. Potgieter, you were disingenuous in your answer earlier on. I listened very carefully when Honorable Skosana was asking you. The essence of the question he was asking you was this one. You answered a different question that he did not ask, which is you've seen people from being appointed sort of from a senior manager role onto another role. We will canvass that, by the way, to HR colleagues at some length, because it's a peculiarity of the Road Accident Fund. But in essence, your answer to Honorable Skosana was dishonest, in that this has not happened. It's an unusual event, and you've just told the committee that you see nothing wrong with it because you were qualified. Were you interviewed for the acting role?
No, Chair, I was not interviewed. It's not part of the process for acting purposes.
So you were parachuted above your manager for him to report to you, and that sounded just fine to you. As a chartered accountant who has a code of ethics to adhere to, you thought that was okay?
Chair, I was happy with the opportunity, yes.
I will not make comment on your character on that score. I will not. We shall come back and discuss the matter we were discussing earlier. I just want to ask you, Mr. Modiba, does the Road Accident Fund have an investment portfolio?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Does it have a back, middle, and front office?
We're busy with those processes in an organic approach, but no, it doesn't. It's got a quality assurance team, which...
No, I'm asking about these three. Do you have them? The back office, the middle office, and the front office?
No.
Do you have an investor relations manager or whatever?
No, we don't.
You built a structure. You presented a structure to your exco, to your board, with those structures in. There was also a head of research, right?
Yes.
Why?
So the structure was meant to make sure that it responds to the possible approval of the revised bill, which would have seen the Road Accident Fund paying matters in annuity. That's the first thing. The second issue is that the environment is changing. So you've got, for instance, now one of the issues that I issued a report on is the electric vehicles and how that is going to.
We shall get there. Let's deal with the first one. So you presented a structure based on a bill that was still going through Parliament, and in the event never came to pass. Is that so?
The structure was crafted in a manner that any fund would have a structure, an investment department.
No. I'm asking a different question, Mr. Modiba. You constructed a structure, presented it to the board on the basis of a law that did not exist.
the structure was not necessarily meant to address that part only of possible annuities. Let's say, for instance, there was, we reverted back to restructuring the entire liability and we got an injection from, let's say, the fiscus to manage funds and make sure that we've got annuities that then pay liabilities.
On that point, had you applied for a significant cash injection from the fiscus that you were anticipating imminently, such that you would present such a structure to the board?
Chair, I don't see anything wrong with the structure that was presented.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you whether imminently, in the next 6 to 12 months, you were expecting a massive cash injection from the fiscus such that you would have all of these spare funds to invest.
No. No.
So you constructed it out of nothing.
Not necessarily.
No law, no cash injection from the fiscus imminently.
So the structure responds to any scenario, Chair. So just because those two don't hold doesn't mean then that the structure can't hold. Even when now you've got vacant boxes in there, because then there are other boxes which are filled, which are performing the roles that that I mentioned in my affidavit of quality assurance.
Mr. Modiba, which investors was the investor relations manager going to talk to?
So when you get into the debt capital market, and let's suppose,
so give us a status. So you guys were intending to borrow from the capital markets, basically. That's because we are going to get somewhere, you and I, on this. It's going to be a long conversation. You guys were intending this entire scheme of changing the accounting policy at the end of the year was designed to create a balance sheet that would enable you to access the debt markets externally. That's what it was.
No, not necessarily.
It's either yes or no.
No.
What was the purpose?
Like I'm saying, Chair, the structure was meant to be an encompassing structure on any scenario that comes. Whether we were going to borrow monies, whether we had surplus monies, the structure would be able to respond to that. So it wasn't one-sided.
Okay, so Mr. Modiba, here's what the picture that emerges. You enter the road accident fund based on a job invitation that we cannot remember. You by your own admission, you cannot remember whether you applied or you were approached by an agent. You work in the chief executive's office as a treasury specialist. You then end up being the chief investment officer. You construct a structure in anticipation of a law and a cash injection, none of which were about to materialize at any point in the near future. And that for the board of the road accident fund and the management of the road accident fund was just fine. That's the picture that emerges here. Because you can't change your story depending on the follow-up question that I ask, which is what you are doing. Because I asked you about, you mentioned the legislation, you brought it up, I didn't. And when I asked you questions about the legislation, you then changed your tune. You spoke about the cash injection. I asked you about the imminence of the cash injection. You bobbed and weaved again. Went in another direction. Let me ask you the following.
Can I respond to that one, Chair?
No, but I'm telling you what you've done. I'm not asking you. This is what you did in front of all the committee members. That's what you did. You introduced the legislation. It never happened. You introduced the cash injection. I asked you if it was imminent. You said no. What else? What else is there to discuss?
I also said that the structure was meant to be flexible for any scenario. So the two scenarios that we mentioned were examples. Thanks.
Sorry, Chair.
Please go ahead, Honorable Matun.
Chair, there's some information in February 2020. It says that's RAF intended on securing a credit facility to settle its outstanding claims. Now I'm trying to get in what you are saying when you're saying that they were not intending to go to the market. Where were you going to get this 15 to 20 billion?
Sorry, I never said we don't intend going to the market. I said the structure that was approved was flexible enough to take any scenario, including going to the market or otherwise, or cash injection.
Mr. Modiba, can I remind you, you know when Ms. Ibrahim saw you in, we were serious. We had a specific discussion in the committee, but people misleading the committee. And normally when executives come here, we don't ask them to take an oath. But in your case, as a road accident fund, we took a particular decision to make you swear. Specifically because it is a road accident fund, and you historically have misled us here before this committee, and you are doing it here. You are denying things you said minutes ago. Honorable Maduna's recollection is not incorrect. It's correct. I asked you about the debt. They said you wanted to access the debt market. You said no. But it's in your annual report of 2021. And we're going to talk about that financial year just now, Ms. Potgieter. The point I'm making to you is the scenarios that you envisaged never came to pass. I've got another question. So that means you never did any asset allocations as a chief investment officer would do. There's no investment strategy, and you never did any asset allocations in any event. Is that true?
We never did any asset allocation because there's no assets to allocate.
No investment strategy either.
The investment strategy is there.
What would you have invested?
The investment strategy is there for approval purposes.
But to invest what? I can have an ownership plan for a Ferrari. I can't afford it. It's not worth the paper it's written on. When you take your investment strategy to the board, what funds are going to be invested if they don't exist? Is it approved?
Unless if the chair assumes that the ref would remain like this until it closes down, or...
No. I asked you a specific question, Mr. Modiba. Was that investment strategy approved?
Yes, it was approved.
We will canvass that with... It was approved by the board.
Yes.
We will canvass that with the board. So on the main measures of what a chief investment officer does, you had no job. I'm not asking. We've just had an exchange here. You had no job. No.
That's not true, Chair.
No asset allocation, no investment portfolio, none of these things that I was asking you. I'm now giving you my conclusion. I'm not asking you a question.
But that's not true, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. That's your opinion. I'm telling you what my conclusion is, Mr. Modiba. We've just had an exchange here about the main roles. You had time, and the reason I would not say anything, I knew we would get here when we asked you to explain your job. So no stakeholder communication as investment managers do, and so on. Did you do any market analysis?
Come again?
Did you have capacity to do any market analysis?
Market analysis for...
For your investments. I mean, you've got, you're supposed to have analysis, so you didn't have that either. You just had the structure. I see you had a research capacity in your structure, at least envisaged. There was a budget and everything that was approved by the board. You costed your structure, didn't you?
Chair, I think we need to understand that that department was not existing, and it was being built from grassroots.
No. So don't try and suppose where I'm going. I'm asking you because we've been sent the documents. I'm asking you a rhetorical question. I know the answer to the question I'm asking. The members have that information. You costed your structure, and that was presented together with the structure to the board, and it was approved.
Yes.
That's all I was asking you.
That analysis was done with the help of a service provider.
Yes, we will be talking to that service provider ourselves. But on the main metrics of a chief investment officer, my conclusion is you did not perform the functions of a chief investment officer. And the Road Accident Fund kept you on for more than 2 years in that role, acting role, no interview. And you were getting paid.
Can I chip in there, Chair?
No, it's a comment. So you were getting paid. You were chief investment officer in that time. What you were doing other work. I'm not saying you were not doing work at the Road Accident Fund. You were doing other work, just not the work of a chief investment officer.
No, I think that's where perhaps maybe when I explained the role of a chief investment officer in 2 ways. On the liability front, I think that perhaps maybe the Chair does not take that one.
Oh, no, I'm not taking it. This is the second phase of my questioning to you, which I'm coming to now. So maybe you should wait and not suppose. I'm now coming to that. I'm not done. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm not done with you. We've dealt with the asset side. So we've dealt with that. We're now going to dig into the rest of your job that you said. Now wait for a question from me. You don't know what I'm going to ask.
Okay, which
please, thank you. For the benefit of the members, especially the members that were here, can you then, now that we've dealt with issues on the asset side, just set out what the rest of what you were doing then?
I think that, can we go through my presentation?
No, we asked you a question, Mr. Modiba. Just answer it, please.
Okay. My main role was to stratify the liability in the first place, put quality assurance processes in place, assess the group of legislature against the quality assurance framework that was put in place, look into augmenting the functions within the actuarial environment, the creation of predictive modeling, the creation of foreign exchange register, the creation of risk register, the introduction of business processes which were not there before, to making sure then that the drivers of the liability of the fund are understood, to then root out any other anomalies that come through. This could mean issues of duplicate rates, duplicate payments, and I've included them in my affidavit, and it's quite a list of them, including the matters that relate to sunshine, alignment of payment processes with other functionaries within the fund itself. Thanks.
So let me ask you, Mr. Modiba, issues such as suppliers who attempt to financially rip off an entity, in your definition, are not dealt with by, these are not matters that would be ordinarily found by the internal audit function. These are not things that would be on the risk register. They will, not even the treasurer, by the way. The organization would go to the chief investment officer to look into such matters. Because that's what appears to have happened at the Road Accident Fund. You were getting involved with suppliers and whether they were overcharging the Road Accident Fund or not.
We need to distinguish between two types of invoices. So the first one would be supply invoices, and the second one would be claims invoices. Now, I don't have capacity within my team for me to check every single invoice. I implemented certain structures at regional level and other functionaries to make sure that that happens.
In your capacity as the chief investment officer?
Yes.
So those people reported to the chief what did they do on a regular basis?
So which people?
The people that were in the regions.
They were not reporting to the chief investment officer. Like I said, I introduce processes that integrate my functionary against other functionaries.
As chief investment officer?
Yes.
Is there a chief risk officer at the Road Accident Fund?
Risk gets covered across the board.
Mr. Modiba, you never answer the question. Is there a chief risk officer at the Road Accident Fund? You were on the Exco, you should know.
No. There isn't.
That kind of makes your answers then kind of makes sense. Members, I don't. So please stop me if you want to ask questions in light of the conversations that we are having. So don't let me run away with it. So if you want to put up your hand and ask a question, do you want to ask a question, Honorable Atkinson? You're fine. So I just want to issue that invitation. Mr. Modiba, let me leave you for now. Let me come to you, Ms. Potgieter. There's something I just want to clear up. The review, so that prior to the approval by the board on 28, prior to the approval of the financial statements, let me read the information that we received, so that I don't misdirect you. I wouldn't want to do that. So let me find what I'm reading. Okay. So the accession, we went over this in the morning, and there was an answer given, and I wasn't certain what to make of it. So I want us to go over it again. And that is the statement that says, prior to the approval by the board of RAF and submission to the Auditor General of SA, the annual financial statements were subject to an independent review by an independent accounting firm, PwC, and a further independent assurance by internal audit. Let me first ask the last question that came to my mind. So PwC did the work first, and then internal audit audited thereafter. Am I reading that correctly? Basically, we then reviewed the financial statements thereafter. Is that correct? Because of the way that's written there. They're subjected to an independent review by an independent accounting firm, and a further, which means thereafter, a further independent assurance by internal audit. Can you help me understand what happened in practice? It's not a trick question. I just want to, the drafting seems suspect.
I think it may just be in the manner of writing. It was done by internal audit first, and then the review by PwC.
Okay, so these are the financial statements. When were the financial statements approved by the board?
It was on the 30th of May, I believe. Let me confirm. It was submitted to the AGSA on the 30th of May, but I will confirm the actual date of approval by the board.
These are financial statements for which financial year? That's just to be certain.
2021.
So the year ending in 2021. So it's 2020-2021.
Correct.
That would be correct. So can you just take us through what happened there? So they are sent to PwC when?
Only the portion that relates to the change in accounting policy was submitted to PwC for review. So it would not have been the entire set of the financials. The accounting policy, the change in accounting policy note, and the claims liability note, and the related expenditures, if I'm not mistaken, Chair.
So this statement is incorrect. Prior to the approval by the board of RAF and submission to AGSA, the annual financial statements were subjected to an independent review by an independent accounting firm, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and a further independent assurance by internal audit. That's what that statement says. So it wouldn't be accurate to say the annual financial statements. That statement should be saying something else in light of your testimony just now.
That is correct, Chair, yes. It was only the scope of work that I alluded to earlier in terms of the review of PwC.
Okay, so that statement is false, I see. I just want to then walk through the timeline with you again. So your actual financial statements were, you guys did not subject in their entirety to PwC at all.
Chair, I can confirm if what version was submitted. I will have to confirm.
Okay, that would certainly kind of accord with PwC's version that on 24th May, PwC delivered its first report setting out its accounting technical review findings in respect of IPSAS 42 and its implementation at the RAF. What I wanted to just do is to set out the difference between what is said there and what is in the statement that I read to you. You know, there are financial statements outstanding. I think it's a 2021 financial statement. They were never brought here. I've got a letter to the speaker here that says they still with the minister. They never came. Were you aware of that?
Chair, I was aware, yes, but it was submitted. Obviously, it was the result of the protracted dispute resolution process, but the annual report was submitted to the minister for tabling.
You do know that they never made it to Parliament, eh?
I was not aware, Chair.
Never did. We still don't have them. So you're the Chief Financial Officer of the Road Accident Fund. You're a chartered accountant. There's a whole year's annual financial statements which have not been tabled before this institution, and you had no idea. No clue.
Chair, as I said, it was submitted to the minister. I think we did follow up at a certain point in time, but yeah, we understood the responsibility to be within the ministry's office to table the report.
You never bothered to follow up at all?
No, Chair, we did follow up.
And
I think it was followed up by the board, actually.
All right, and then it just disappeared into the ether eventually, because in your role, you should have ended up somewhere in this precinct to speak to those annual financial statements, and you never did, and you subsequently forgot about them yourself.
Chair, I certainly have not forgot about them, but I think, as I said, it was a discussion point at a board meeting, and I think at some point even the DG rep was going to follow up for us.
Okay, but when I asked you just now, you did not know that they served before Parliament. They didn't. You were not aware. I can read you the letter, if that would help, but I can tell you for certain that they never served before Parliament. They are outstanding to this day. Honorable Madun.
No, thanks, Chair. I find it very uncomfortable that some of the answers we get, they tend to be not very true. I specifically asked the CFO, when Mora was doing a review, in the previous financial year, which audit opinion did they get? And she said clean audit, and that was not true. They got a disclaimer. The last time they got a clean audit was 2019-2020, not 2020-2021. That's one, Chair. Now it changes the question that I would have asked. The reason why I believe now Mora would have reviewed their financial statements was because they already had a disclaimer. Because I was asking myself, how do you review financial statements that you got a clean audit? And it started worrying me now that maybe it's me who's a clown or who does not understand. So I wanted, Chair, to just correct that.
Maybe let's deal with let them deal with the first part where your recollection of the audit outcome is actually incorrect. I also checked. Your recollection of the audit outcome is incorrect for that year. Please go and have a look.
Chair, 2019-20 it was a clean audit.
I asked 2021, which is 2020.
This is what Honorable Maduna had asked, and you said it was a clean audit. Do you know the reason I know that Honorable Maduna asked that question? So I'm in conversation with the Secretariat team. They sent me a message immediately. I just left it then, for now.
Chair, maybe I understood the question incorrectly because we were discussing the process of the review and I had indicated that normally when the engagement starts, we would provide them with the prior year financials to perform the review. And then Honorable Maduna asked, what was the outcome of those financials? And I said it was clean because it was the prior year. And this would have been for the purposes of reviewing it for 2020, 2021. But the 2019-20 financials, the outcome thereof was a clean audit.
Okay, so you're saying we potentially misunderstood you. So what you were saying is that what you review is the prior year's statements, and that was a clean audit. You were not saying it was a 2020-21. Is that your submission?
I'm 100% yes, that's my submission, Chair. We didn't get a clean audit in 2020, 2021.
Okay, Honorable Maduna, over to you. I just thought you should deal with that first part.
Thanks. Mora Incorporated, which financial statements, perhaps I think we must use the correct years, the way you reviewing, was it 2019-2020 or 2020-2021 when they issued, because I'm carrying the letter now where they were reversing their technical opinion. It was on basis of financial statement of which financial year? That was my question.
The purpose of the review was to inform the preparation of the financial statements for 2020.
No, Sefo. Which financial year Mora Incorporated reviewed? It's a straightforward question.
I think I've tried to explain it, Honorable Maduna.
Sefo.
Let me put it.
When Mora Incorporated, you gave them financial statements to review. They were of which financial year? It's a straightforward question.
As I said, the general way of doing it is that we take the prior year financials and we give them those set to review, and then based on the recommendations we then prepare it for that current year. So they would have been given 2019-20.
Chair, it's just that unfortunately I can't find the original opinion.
By Mora?
Yes.
No, I can make it available to you and ask
because to me, Chair, it's very strange. I don't know, Honorable Bill. It's very I've never financial statements that you have submitted and got clean audit. You go and spend money to review them for what? I've never really, the only process that I know, Chair, because I think this with the CFO, then maybe we might agree to disagree. When there's a preparation of financial, usually in a sound accounting environment, they would usually prepare 6 months financial statements. That would be the basis for them to prepare annual financial statements in that particular financial year. Obviously, there's always you always have historical figures when you prepare financial statements. Then, when you prepare financial statements for this year, which in this case, the financial year of RAF would end in March, right? Then, as from when you close the financial year in your system, then you start preparing the financial statements. When you do your first draft, usually audit committee would sit twice or 3 times before the financial statements are given, either to council, to board, or whoever is applicable. Then you would internal audit would review it for the first time, give it back to the CFO. The CFO would then effect those changes as a work in progress, a review again, and then the third set is the one that after they've finalized everything, including its audit file, then they would submit. That is the review that I know. It's for the first time I hear that you review the previous financial year. That is why I would have wanted to check explicitly which financial year was this. I think, Chair.
Maybe to give you time while we canvas other issues.
Yes. Can you? Let me just go through it quickly.
I don't want to delay you.
Thanks.
let's go to the litigation, Ms. Potgieter. So, can you just refresh my memory in terms of who was involved in the decision to litigate against the Road Accident Fund?
Chair, I think the individuals that were in or present in the meeting of the 22nd of December is contained in the minutes that I believe we submitted to the committee. So it would have been executives and the board.
All right, so let me then go through. So there was the chair of the board, Ms. Tim Sibi, the deputy chair of the board, Dr. N. Mabuya Molwele, a variety of other board members. And then from the executive side, there was Mr. Litswalo, Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Lukwareni, Acting Chief Strategy Officer, Mr. Modiba was there, you were there, Ms. Mpomanyasha, the Acting Chief Relationship and Stakeholder Officer at the time, Mr. J. Mudluli, Acting General Manager, and Mr. T. Pechudi. Interestingly, everyone but the chief executive and the senior manager were acting at the time. Everybody was acting. Okay, so let us go back to the case, because we do need to traverse the area of the Road Accident Fund and yours attitude towards the rule of law. The reason that's important is that it speaks to the appropriateness of the decision to persist with the accounting policy, notwithstanding various injunctions. Okay. Are you aware of Minister Mbalula, then Minister Mbalula's letter to the Road Accident Fund pertaining to the litigation between the Road Accident Fund and the Auditor General?
Yes, Chair, to find less confrontational ways of resolving the dispute, I think.
In fact, he said, I do not advise that you pursue this litigation. I can ask the team to print the letter in. So he was quite clear. So that's what Minister Mbalula says. Has Minister Chikunga expressed herself on this matter?
I do not recall, Chair. I don't think so.
I think she did. If I can ask the team to pull out Ms. Chikunga, don't worry, we'll find it for you. I may be mistaken, but nothing turns on it. Has Minister Barbara Creasy opined on the matter?
Yes, Chair.
What has she said?
She submitted a letter to the board, to the chairperson of the board, to request to desist with further court action against the Auditor General.
How did the board respond?
The board then considered the correspondence with the minister. They did write to various bodies, and I think
okay, Ms. Potgieter, in the end, did they agree with the minister or did they disagree with the minister?
the matter has not been withdrawn, Chair.
Did they agree or disagree with the minister? Please answer the question.
They disagreed.
All right, so they ignored the minister, in other words. Okay, so we've had successive ministers who've spoken to your board. Were you aware, as Chief Financial Officer, given that this is your baby, pertains to annual financial statements, were you aware of the minister's letters to the board at the time, that those letters had been dispatched to the board? Was there a discussion in which those letters were discussed?
Chair, not necessarily always immediately at the time, but for instance, I'm aware of this one, and I am aware of the one that was issued by Mr. Mbalula.
Okay, so you were in the discussion prior to the response being given.
Yes, Chair.
What did you advise the board to do at that point? You.
Chair, there was a request, certainly as it pertains to the latest letter from Minister Creasy, was that we were requested, or the board had given...
Ms. Potgieter, let's not do this. What did you say? What was your input? Did you say to the board, let us, consider favorably the minister's submission, or let us oppose it? That's what I'm asking you.
Chair, I think I had an issue with the minister imposing accounting standards on the accounting authority. And
Can
that
you
was
give
my...
me a straight answer, Mrs. Potgieter, please?
Chair, my view is that, firstly, from an accounting perspective, it is the accounting authority's responsibility to determine accounting policies. Secondly, the biggest issue that we still have with leaving the High Court judgment unchallenged is the fact that that challenge pronounces on the institution as an insurance institution, and our concern, at least as well, let me speak for myself.
We're going to come to the judgment. I was still asking you to opine on the minister. Believe me, what I want to traverse with you in fine detail is the judgment. We will have enough time to go through that.
Okay.
So basically, your view was that the minister should be refuted for whatever reason. So that was your view as far as this matter is concerned. Okay. For completeness, did you at any stage advise your colleagues on the EXCO or the board to seek legal advice before litigating?
In this particular matter, Chair, so there were various stages during the litigation ahead of the appeal process where legal advice was sought.
Ms. Potgieter, did you advise that there should be legal advice sought? That's all I'm asking you.
Chair, the recommendation would not have come from me personally, but there was legal advice sought.
Do you know that the official response from the Road Accident Fund is that there was no legal advice sought? You know that?
Chair, I meant that there was legal advice sought, as I said, during the process and prior to certain additional steps being taken.
The reason I'm asking this, and this is important, and I wish to remind you again that you're under oath. I still remember your answer in the morning. I left it at the time because I knew I would come back to it later, because I suspected you might give me a different answer. I'm asking you this same question for the second time, by the way, and your answer is different. You said your answer earlier was in line with the information that we have, that before the initial decision to litigate, there was no legal advice sought. There were two parts. We even discussed two parts. We discussed Part A, we discussed Part B. You said for Part A, which was the interdict, no legal advice was sought. For Part B, there was legal advice sought. And I thought we'll canvass it later, and I may have said so, and I left it. So I'm reminding you so that you can then reconcile what you want to say against what you said in the morning.
Chair, in the morning you asked me whether the board, prior to the Part A, had sought the advice of counsel, and I said no. And that remains true. It is a fact.
Okay.
There was, however, a discussion with our attorneys on record in that meeting, I believe, of the 24th or the 23rd of December. But it's certainly not senior counsel. It was the attorneys on record.
That was Malachi attorneys, and Mr. Malachi, it was on Teams, right?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
He dropped off at 12:34. his inputs are not recorded in the minutes. Were you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware, Chair.
Okay, so his inputs are not recorded in the minutes. We can provide them to you. So the legal advice that you're talking about somehow is not recorded in the minutes at all. There is also an assertion made, by the way, that you will win the case if you get a court that is impartial. Do you remember such a statement being made in the meeting?
I don't remember. I don't recall, Chair.
Okay, because I was going to ask you who said that, but it's in the minutes as well. If the courts agree with us, they are impartial. If they don't, they're corrupt. That's the implication of that statement. But it's not recorded who said it, so I'm not going to hang it on you. But somebody made a statement with that implication in that meeting. So in the minutes of that meeting, the legal advice to which you refer is not recorded. The reason I still remember the timestamp in the minutes of when Mr. Tebogo Malachi dropped off that call at 12:34 is because I was looking for his input. It wasn't there. So let me ask you again. Was there legal advice provided to the board prior to that decision, given that it's not in the minutes?
Other than the discussion in the meeting, no, Chair.
Okay. I guess we'll have to take it up with the note taker in the minutes. So let's traverse. So then there is an interdict. What is the outcome of the interdict?
Give me 1 second, Chair.
Now, did you win or, was it granted or not?
No, it wasn't granted.
Then you went to Part B. Did you prevail or did the Auditor General prevail?
The Auditor General prevailed, Chair.
Okay, we're going to get to some of what the court said. You then went to the Supreme Court of Appeal. What did the Supreme Court of Appeal say specifically?
Chair, I don't remember it off by heart, but it was denied.
So they denied you leave to appeal?
Yes.
Did you ever consult with your legal advisors and so on? Because I've asked specifically for senior counsel's advice. So in the beginning, there is no senior counsel advice sought. Where it is purported that there was legal advice, it does not appear anywhere on the minutes of that meeting that day, which I still remember was on Teams during the day. Then you launched the interdict. The interdict is denied. Then you launched Part B, which is the substantive matters of setting aside the Auditor General's decision. The court disagrees with you. It was a full bench, wasn't it?
Yes, 3 judges.
Yeah, it was 3 judges in the High Court in that matter. You then apply for leave to appeal. The Supreme Court of Appeal refuses to even hear the matter, as you've said. What did you do next?
We applied for special leave to appeal.
To the Judge President of the SCA, right?
Yes, that's correct.
What did the Judge President of the SCA say?
The application was dismissed on the 18th of September on the basis that the requirements for special appeal were not met.
Okay. Did you consult senior counsel at that point? Because it is considered a rebuke if you're a lawyer. If the court refuses to even hear the matter, you are going to waste our time. We are not even going to listen to you, right? This happens twice. It happens with the SCA. You get a letter from the registrar of the court saying they've considered your matter and they're not interested. You write to the President of the Supreme Court of Appeal, they're not interested. Did you at that point, and I'm saying you because you are the CFO, this matter sits squarely on your lap, did you have occasion where you consulted senior counsel at that point?
Chair, I did not personally, because it was a matter that was already at the level of the board, and I would have to refer to the board minutes wherein the discussions would have taken place.
Are you aware of senior counsel's advice being sought and obtained?
Not at this particular point, no, Chair.
Let me ask you this question. Do you see anything out of kilter with an institution that litigates all the way to the Constitutional Court without once consulting senior counsel?
Chair, I earlier referred to a meeting in February of 2022 where there was a consultation with senior counsel, and I think Advocate SC Cedric Bakren was giving his opinion in that regard on the 22nd of, I believe it's the 22nd of February 2022.
At which stage in the litigation was that?
It was, I believe it was just after the interdict was dismissed, if I'm not mistaken.
So this is early on. So you get a full bench opinion where you were represented by counsel anyway. There is no indication that there was a conference with counsel, and then you apply for leave to appeal at the you appeal to the SCA. The SCA says we're not interested, and so on. But anyway, it's tried now that the necessary advice was not sought. It appears that the Road Accident Fund decided on its say-so to just continue litigating because it just believed it was right. And you know, the initial High Court judgment just talks about how convinced you were of your position. That all of these things that you complained about, that there was never mediation by the accountant general and so on, were actually just moot because your position was all set. It's still set to this day. Let me ask you this. You mentioned that the ASB has now issued Directive 5, right? Latest one.
That is correct, yeah.
Are you now recommending, in light of that, as a person who's been waiting for that bingo moment with the ASB, where you're now going to revert to the old you're going to follow the guidance of the ASB?
We are going to have to go back to GRAP 19, Chair. And that is the current consultation that the Audit Committee has had with the Office of the Accountant General.
Okay, let me give Honorable Madonna an opportunity.
My apologies. Can I have a quick body break, please?
Yes, you are. That is a non-negotiable. You must always get it. Please, let us break for 5-10 minutes, and then we will just complete the home stretch.
I was not the acting CFO at the time, but there was no opinion.
So, Chair, I think I want to establish that, because usually when you, that's why I was asking if they have a change management procedures. Usually when you are changing an accounting policy, you would get the opinion, not that says, that speaks on the implementation. The opinion that they got of PwC is an audit opinion that they were supposed to get and be a motivation for a change. Not after they've taken a decision that they are changing. I think that's what from PwC, that's what the gentleman was saying. Now, that is why I'm asking from the CFO, when the audit committee, it just sets out of the blue and just decided that we are changing accounting policy. Now it leaves me with a worry, Chair. There's something that we are not being told, but I believe that other weaknesses were still coming here. They will tell us. Just one last question, Chair, and then that's it. Sorry, I had just prepared one last. So I want to check. When you were doing the comparison of 2019, 2020 and 2020-2021, since they were drawn up using different accounting standards, how did you do the comparison?
Sorry, just to clarify, by comparison, what do you mean?
I'm saying, maybe it's the word that I'm using, the reinstatement of the previous balances. When usually you prefer financial statements, you have the balances of the previous year and of this year. Now I'm trying to get, how did you do it? Did you go back to 2019 and change it to suit the new financial, to the new accounting standard? How did you do it?
Yeah, so we did, in our financials, have a change in accounting policy note, and that would have required us to do valuations for the previous 2 financial years. So it's a retrospective restatement. So we would have had to, at least in the note for the change in accounting policy, provide for the effect on the accumulated deficit, as well as provide for the restatement of prior year figures, and then certainly what the figures would have been in that particular year. So yes, we did.
No, Chair, I think I'm comfortable, because what I wanted to establish is that the decision to change the accounting policy was taken based on no opinion. It appears so, because these opinions are about implementation, not about the decision to change. Usually you get an opinion on the decision to change, whether it's appropriate or not, before you even move to audit committee and all this of which it should be even a proposal from the board, not from executive.
On that note, let me ask you, who initiated the discussion on using Ipsas 42 in that period now for that financially? Who initiated that? Was it who was it?
It would have been in finance, where, as I said, the first intention when we went to the ASB, at the time we were thinking to ask them to retract the 2014 letter. I just need to clarify the process.
You're going to get to the who.
I'm getting to it.
Okay.
So we would have asked them to retract the 2014 letter. And then on that basis, they said no, but it was not, the 2014 letter was not authoritative, because the intention at that time was to go to GRAP 19. And then when we read GRAP 19, we realized that GRAP 19 in its scope specifically excludes social benefits. Then we used GRAP 3, and GRAP 3 then makes provision for an international standard in the first instance. It was identified within finance, Chair, but I would not be able to say exactly who, to be honest with you.
Okay, you really could have just said that. So, what role were you? What role were you in? What role were you in at the time?
Senior Manager Financial Accounting.
Reporting to Mr. Songelo.
That is correct, Chair.
Do you know if he initiated it?
Chair, I would not be, I cannot remember. I don't want to mislead the committee.
Okay, he didn't. In fact, this is one of the reasons why you were promoted above him.
I wouldn't be able to determine the reasons for me being offered the opportunity of acting as CFO. It certainly was not my privy to be making such a decision. Yes, Chair.
Okay, so your position is that as you sit here as CFO, you really have no clue who at that point, because I understand it's an ongoing conversation for years and years, occasioned by different things, but the time that really becomes fatal, you cannot recall who initiated it at all. You've got no idea.
Chair, within the team we had various discussions about options available to us, but as I'm saying, I cannot recall the exact individual. And obviously myself and my colleagues within finance were consulting. The CFO was also involved. I don't want to mislead the committee, Chair.
Okay. Do you, to your knowledge, know at which point the decision was taken to seek the advice of Mora?
No, Chair.
You don't know. Okay. All right. Who presented this case to the board?
The acting CFO, Ms. Mabusela.
Okay, so we'll have to canvass the issues with Ms. Mabusela then at that point. Honorable Nel May, I saw your hand, and Honorable Beasley as well. So let me give you a chance.
No, thank you, Chair. You had actually asked the question straight after when I actually wanted you to ask. But this thing is that, who's the we? Because were you part of the specialist advisors? Because if we look at the affidavit from Mr. Songelwa, he had advised against, and there are so many things that he had actually put in his affidavit, and it looked as though you, being below him, were working with specialists and with others, because judging from what he was saying is different to basically you already being in communication with others and finance, and this is where I wanted to have the clarity. Who's the we? Who are the people that you're actually speaking about? We were there, finance was there. Maybe you can be more specific as to the names of the people that were currently there that made those certain decisions. Thank you.
When I say we, essentially it's myself and my colleague next to me. We are both in financial accounting. I was the senior manager obviously at the time, and my colleague was the manager at the time, Chair. So we were requested by the CFO to consider the options available to the Road Accident Fund in terms of accounting for its liabilities accurately, and we did the necessary research to establish an appropriate accounting policy.
And you landed on Ipsos 42?
That is correct, Chair.
Do you know that you've just given us an answer to the question I was asking you and you said you don't know? So it would appear that Ms. Mabusela initiated this and engaged you and Mr. Modiba here. Or was you? Oh, sorry, that
This
colleague.
colleague of
Oh,
mine,
Mr.
yes.
Modiba, I'm sorry. When she said
Not
my
like-
colleague, I felt her head was doing this. I apologize to you, sir, for bringing you into this fracas unnecessarily. Okay, so the two of you. So, well, he's not testifying, you are. But we now have an answer. Finally, we know it was Ms. Mabusela and she engaged you to do it. And interestingly, at the time, what happened is that Ms. Mabusela then circumvented your boss and asked you to do it.
Chair, it's not unusual because at that level I am a a specialist. And obviously there are certain roles and responsibilities that lie within the financial accounting space, one being the preparation of financial statements.
At the meeting where you were, was Mr. Songelwa there? You were asked to do this. Was Mr. Songelwa in that meeting?
Chair, I wouldn't be able to remember. It was during COVID as well. We were not working in the office. We were still working from home. So it may just have been a communication over the phone with Ms. Mabusela to look at other options.
So, you know, organizational cultures differ, I accept. But if I am going to ask somebody who reports to Honorable Skosana to do something for me, and I'm Honorable Skosana's boss, I will make sure that Honorable Skosana knows. In fact, I will generally inform Honorable Skosana that, listen, this is a piece of work that I need done. Honorable Nilme is really good with it. Is it okay if she performs this work? And Honorable Skosana, of course, boss. And then I also leave it to him to supervise that work. That's what normal organizational culture, that's what happens. But I understand that the rough it's different. Honorable Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. So recently I asked the Minister of Transport what total amount has the Road Accident Fund spent to date on legal costs, including cost orders and the legal dispute with the Auditor General over accounting standards. And the response I got was 22 million. So I'd like to ask Mrs. Potgieter, who paid that 22 million?
Sorry, just to clarify, you asked the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Transport, sorry. The total cost is 22 million. Who paid that 22 million?
I'm not aware of 22 million being paid. It was 8.9 million for council costs and 2.3 for the law firm.
Well, I'm just saying the Minister of Transport came back to me. She says 22 million. So even
it was paid by RAF. The legal costs.
So let's just say it's 10 million. So she came back 22. So either she's telling him mistruth or you telling him mistruth. I can't tell. That's the answer. It's a written answer I've got here. And so the question is, even if it is 10 million, who paid for that 10 million?
We paid for our costs for
and when
our
you say
council
we, who is we?
Road Accident Fund.
And who is the Road Accident Fund? Who contributes to the Road Accident Fund? You see, it's not we. It is the users of fuel levy, the people, the poorest of the poor, that battle every single month to put money in their car, that you can go and spend a whopping amount like this without getting legal advice first. It's not your money. It's the people of South Africa's money. And as a CA, the CFO, you should have stood up. You wouldn't, if it was your personal money, you wouldn't have incurred that cost without getting legal advice first. So how can you do it on behalf of the poorest of the poor of South Africa, who every time they fill their car in, do you not think that is reckless? Reckless to spend other people's money. If it was you in your own decision, your own family's money, you would have gone and got counsel first before you spent that amount of money. Don't you think that South Africans could have expected the same from you?
I don't think it was reckless. As I said this morning, our intention was always to account correctly and not to overstate liabilities. And by using IFRS 4, we had always been overstating our liabilities, and it had a significant impact on the results of the country.
You're taking us back again. I don't want to go back there. But did you get legal advice before you spent any of that money? And the answer is no, you did not. And to me, that is reckless, because it is not your money, it is the people of South Africa's money, and that is where...
Honourable members, please, the Honourable Beasley and the witness are... Honourable Madlala.
Just one thing I needed to follow up with Mr. Modiba. You'll correct me if I am wrong. I heard you saying something like the CEO can or has done it before to appoint people to his office without a box, without a post in the office. And if my understanding is correct, can you just take me a bit through that? So because my understanding of human capital processes does not cater for that. You can either second someone, or if it's a project basis, but you always, if you have to appoint them into that post, you make a provision for a temporary post so that you can attach a post ID or reference pay point and pay them accordingly. Unless if their substantive posts remain, if they remain there and they're just seconded to your office for the purpose of a 3 months or 6 months exercise. But if it's going to be an appointment, which I may understand to be permanent or to be for a longer period, you need to then ensure that you have got a temporary box created with clear job descriptions, because you need to measure performance within that financial year, and you can't measure performance on the basis of the job they are not doing, which would be their substantive post. Can you just take me through that? How is this appointment facilitated where there is no box, but the CEO appoints to his office, and how is the payment of remuneration done in performance management?
No, thanks, Honorable. I indicated that the CEO has appointed individuals in his office without boxes. And perhaps maybe I should have qualified that I'm a contractor, and I'm not sure about others, so I'm going to talk about myself. And I got seated into a functionary elsewhere to do a specific function which he deemed fit. And I said that I'm not sure about human capital processes. I think that they may clarify when they come through to discuss that one.
So you are a contractor, you're not a permanent employee of RAF?
Yes.
You are an independent contractor?
I'm on contract. I've been employed on a contract basis.
What's the terms? What's the duration of the contract, and what?
3 years.
3 years. You're appointed for 3 years on a contract to be in the position that you are currently in?
Yes.
Okay, all right, no, I get what I wanted to hear.
All right, thank you very much. Can I so Honorable Member, okay, yeah, Honorable Skosan. I don't know why I think I know what you're going to say, but let's hear it.
No, thanks, Chair. No, just one comment as a follow-up to what the Honorable Madlala's question, because if Mr. Modiba says you are on a contract, even positions that are, even contract positions, they are normally on the organogram. All positions in an organization, they are on an organogram. Unless if you were saying you are a contractor in terms of being a service provider, then that's a different story. But if you are a contractor, meaning you are on a 3 years contract, 2 years contract, 5 years contract, even contract positions, they are supposed to be on an organogram. But secondly, Chair, I don't know how long are we going to take before we finish, in light of the fact that I think there was a general agreement that they will be coming back.
Yeah, no, this is what I suspected you would say. And when you put up your hand, I was going to go there. No, I was going to go there.
Yeah.
Because,
thank you.
Because we have, unlike the ad hoc committee, we don't have the luxury of starting at 11. We start at 9. And the members have to leave their homes fairly early. I myself have a lot more questions for both these witnesses. We have dates that have kind of opened up, which is why I gave the notification to both of you. What I propose we do is this. I will sit with the committee secretariat, and members, please make inputs, because I do want, not now, you can do it on the group and so on, because I do want to send an invitation that is a lot more helpful to you, in that it will set out a list of things we want to canvass with you. We will ask the secretary of the board, because that's our liaison. We will ask the chairperson and therefore the secretary of the board to just make sure that you have the documents that we have. That should be readily available. Our assumption has been that those get made available to you. So when we refer to things, it's documents that we got from the RAF. So we will send you something that is a lot more helpful. Your submissions that you've made remain not completely dealt with. But what we need to do is so that we also don't have these answers. I was asked to prepare X, and then you're asking me about Y. I don't remember, and that kind of thing. So we will try and be a lot more helpful to you by getting a bit more specific. We will also, as a secretariat, consider your submissions and send you some questions in advance so that we can go through them quickly. So on the basis of what you've submitted, also just ask that maybe you address some of those issues so that you have a more concise conversation with the committee, so that on that day we also don't go on until 11 at night, and we can release you in time. So given that there's a date that is open, let us do that justice to both of you, and then we convene on that date. What we are likely to do then is to also see if we can, because I think it's 2 dates that are available, to just have either on the next day or at some point the people that we've been talking about, where you were in the room but you were not driving, so it was not your issue, it was somebody else's. So we'll try and make sure that we have a complete conversation, because it has been a long day for everybody concerned, and I appreciate that you've answering questions for this long is a lot physically for anyone. So may I suggest that we stop here and then send you a detailed note. Please feel free. If there's anything that we've not put in the note, or if something is unclear, please let Ms. Ibrahim know that we need to clarify that to you. We want you to have at least, let's say, 10 days to get ready, if that's fine. So we will send that letter in advance, and then you guys can get ready. And we will also just send you some comments and notes on your submissions, because some of the issues might then surface a lot better. Is that okay for both of you? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, thank you very much. And shame to the team. They never sleep. Our team in Parliament, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And thank you very much to both of you. Travel safely back home. And we will just be helpful. But please, let's make this an interactive process. Like I said, if there's a piece that we've asked for and there's something else that you think we need to ask, just tell us prior to us getting here. Is that fine? So let's make it an interactive process. Ms. Ibrahim and I speak 4 or 5 times a day. So let's make that an interactive process. And then we can, Ms. Potgieter, maybe not have 66 slides on your presentation. Maybe we get 10 by agreement, right? But at least they cover everything. Is that fine? And also with you, Mr. Modiba. So let's try and do that. Okay, thank you very much. We adjourn.